Okay, bowlers, please hold up on your practice. Quick reminder, please fill out your recaps. Turn them in immediately following competition today. Once again, if there are any surface adjustments that need to be made, they can be done between games only in the designated areas, which are the high top tables. It must be done by hand, and the ball must be wiped clean afterward.
Good afternoon, everybody. Live from the International Training Research Center in Arlington, Texas. About to get started here with the first round of the Summer Team USA Trials. We've got 3 pairs on the screen for you simultaneously. 9 and 10 is the featured pair. And we've got 7 and 8 and 11 and 12 as well. And we've got some great bowlers on our 3 featured pairs for this first game. Mike Fagan is on our main pair, 9 and 10, and he will kick things off for us here. So if you're not familiar with the Summer Team USA Trials, it's a new event. Here's Fagan. You can see very far to the right and throws it in the gutter on his first shot of the tournament. This is a new event, and we'll hand out 2 men's spots and 2 women's spots on Team USA here this weekend. The top 2 finishers after 15 games of total pinfall after 3 days will earn those spots. Still have spots available at the Team USA Trials. That'll be in January. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. I know some folks have been real curious about the lane conditions. So today we start off with the short pattern, which is Stockholm. And if you want to learn more about these patterns, as we watch Fagan try to keep it on the lane this time, he does, and he knocks all 10 down. You can find more information on all the patterns at world10pinbowling.com. They've got the banks of patterns that we've using here this weekend. So today is round 1, 3 games on short, Stockholm. Tomorrow is round 2, 6 games on the medium pattern, which is Seoul. And round 3 will be Sunday, 6 games on the long pattern, that is London. The men bowl now. The women will follow them up here at 7:45 p.m. Eastern Time. This is when the women are scheduled to get on the lanes. So 3 games today for both the men and the women on the short pattern, Stockholm. And we do have live scoring available on bowl.com. Actually, bowlingitrc.com is where that you can find that link, but we've got the link for you on bowl.com as well. Live scoring, you can see any of the 14 lanes here at the International Training and Research Center and see the scoreboard. And we'll also have updated standings via our Lexar software that will update as soon as the last ball was thrown each game. And if you click on those standings and you click the player list, you can see who is competing here this weekend. And by the way, the live scoring will also show you the pins that are left on each shot. So if you want to see the pin that somebody left, you can check that out, and then we'll show it to you right on the live scoring. Chris asking a question in our chat about Junior Gold in Detroit. We will be live streaming that, and we will live stream Thursday and Friday at Junior Gold. So once the field narrows down after the first 3 days, we'll live stream Thursday and Friday at Junior Gold. I'll be out there along with Jason Overstreet. And again, we're just started. This is game 1 of 3. Mike Fagan with a spare. You can see John Zerbinski up in the top right corner of your screen. John and Mike are current Team USA members for 2013. AJ Johnson also bowling here this weekend. He is a current member of Team USA this year. And again, these bowlers are bowling for spots on Team USA 2014. So next year's Team USA is what they're bowling for spots on here this weekend. Got 5 on a pair for most of the pairs. So the pace of play shouldn't be too bad. And again, be sure to check out the live scoring. You can find that link on bowl.com. You can also find that link right under the video you're watching here in the description of this event. you can find that link to the live scoring. And if you click that link, I see that somebody in the chat is asking for the roster list. If you click that link and click on the men's or women's standings, you can find the roster for this tournament. If you click on the men's standings and click player list, it'll give you all of the players by name in the field. 32 on the men's side competing here this weekend, and on the women's side, we've got, let's see here, 28 players. So if you're just tuning in, and a lot of people are probably just joining us here, recap where we are, what we're doing here. I'm Lucas Wiseman, and we are at the International Training and Research Center for round 1 of the summer Team USA trials. 2 men's spots and 2 women's spots up for grabs on Team USA in 2014. The remainder of Team USA will be made up of those who compete at the Team USA trials, the main Team USA trials. That'll be in January. Just announced the location and dates for that event. It's going to be January 3rd to the 8th, 2014 in Las Vegas again at the Orleans Bowling Center. So that's a change from previous years. And at the Team USA trials, the top 3 in each division automatically get spots on Team USA, and then the selection committee picks 2 more. Selection committee also selects 5 other players made up of past Team USA members, professional bowlers, etc. And yes, the pattern is Stockholm today. Stockholm today, Seoul tomorrow, and London on Sunday. Another question in chat, was this event not really advertised? Didn't hear about it. It was announced back in March that we were going to have this event. And it was an application process to get in this event. You had to apply and mainly just meet the entry requirements. We didn't reach capacity, so we didn't have to turn anybody away. But there were some average requirements. This event open to any, as we watch Fagan throw another gutter ball on lane 9. It's 2 gutters for him on that lane in 3 frames. This event was open to any current USBC member with a 200 or higher average for men, or 190 or higher for women, and that was based on USBC Sport Bowling averages. So if you had a house average, you had to adjust it to a sport average to determine eligibility to compete in this event. So basically you need a 200 sport average for the men, a 190 sport average for the women. All of the bowlers in this field meet that requirement. Chris says he's bowling junior gold, and his first goal is to make Thursday's live stream. Well, we hope that you achieve your goal. We'll be out there for the live stream on Thursday and Friday at Junior Gold. And that's coming up pretty soon. Junior Gold live stream is the 17th and 18th of July. July 17th and 18th. I'm sorry, July 18th and 19th. My apologies. We'll be live streaming Junior Gold the 18th and the 19th of July, Thursday, Friday. And I'll be out there a couple of days before that to produce some videos for Bowl TV here on YouTube. Hannah asking when the girls are bowling. The women's squad gets on the lanes at 7:45 p.m. Eastern Time. So a little less than 3 hours from now, the women will be on the lanes for their first 3 games. For those just tuning in, we've got 3 games today, 6 tomorrow, and 6 on Sunday. 15 games total pinfall will determine the top 2 who earn those automatic spots on Team USA for 2014. And if you missed out on this event, be sure to join us for the Team USA Trials in January. And if you want more information on that, registration just opened. And you can register now at bowl.com/Team USA Trials, bowl.com/Team USA Trials to get signed up for that event. We did reach capacity last year on the men's side. Fagan continuing to struggle here on the short pattern. The Team USA Trials will be at the Orleans, January 3rd through the 8th, and the capacity is 175 men and 175 women. So if you plan to bowl the Team USA Trials in January, I would not delay. I would sign up as soon as possible, because I do fully expect that we will reach capacity, at least on the men's side. Nathan asking if there's live streaming at the Youth Open. Unfortunately not, but we will have live streaming of Junior Gold. And be sure to watch the live scoring. Give live scoring. Click the link right below the video you're watching here. It'll take you to that page that is on bowlingitrc.com. And the standings will be updated there as well. So we're in about the 4th frame here of game number 1 of 3 today. Pulling on Stockholm, the shortest pattern of the weekend. Appreciate everybody joining us here on Bowl TV for our live coverage of the Summer Team USA Trials. Women will be coming up after this squad is over. They'll have a break to re-oil, and then the women will get going at about 7:45 p.m. Eastern Time this evening. Someone asking in the chat, looks like it's Kyle asking how long the pattern is. Stockholm is 34 feet, second shortest of the 4 short patterns that WTBA has in their bank of patterns. We'll bowl on Seoul tomorrow, 39 feet, and Sunday we'll be on London, 44 feet. And you can find more information on all 3 of those patterns at world10pinbowling.com. And I believe if you look on the right side of that page under Rules and Publications, you'll see a link for patterns And you can find all of the WTBA patterns right there. Great patterns to practice on if you've got tournaments coming up. Those are all sport patterns, and some of them tougher than others, but worth practicing on if you've got a big event coming up. Don't see a lot of people stringing too many strikes here in this first game. Scoring pace seems to be a little low. And if you're wondering why they use these WTBA patterns, it's because these are the same patterns that get used in the international events that Team USA competes in. World Championships, the American Zone Championships all use these patterns. Fagan keeps it on the lane that time. It's the first time he's hit the head pin on his first shot on lane 9, and leaves a 2-pin. He has not struck yet this game. Justin Mandel with the 4-pin wearing the money pants. Can't see that at home. His pants have, not sure what bills there. Looks like a variety of money. $5 bills, $100 bills. I'm sure he's hoping to cash in here this weekend. Mike Fagan with a missed 2-pin. Here in the 5th, 66 in the 5th frame for Fagan. Not a good start. Top right corner of your screen, John Serbinsky coming into the picture. It's the 6th frame for him. He's also a current Team USA member, working on a strike. And turns it into a double. He's got the equivalent of 96 in the 5th now. He's got a couple of doubles this game and a missed single pin. You can follow that all on the live scoring. Chris is asking about the Junior Gold patterns. Don't have any information on that, but I think you'll find out pretty soon. Junior Gold is gets underway a week from Monday, if I'm not mistaken. So it's coming up pretty quick. In fact, 2 weeks from today, we'll know the winner of Junior Gold right here live on Bowl TV. I have no inside information on the patterns for Junior Gold. I don't know anything about what they're going to pick, but if I was practicing leading up to Junior Gold, I probably would try to pick some of these WTBA patterns to practice on. Stockholm is a good one. This is the one we're bowling on here today. And pretty tough pattern. Score's pretty low so far. Kyle wants to know how many lanes will show, or what lanes will show at Junior Gold. No idea yet. Don't know that until I get on site. And the tournament management tells me which pairs they've selected for the live stream. All depends on a number of factors, where the internet connection is, etc. It's Fagan finally on the board with a strike in the 6th. He can let out a little bit of a sigh of relief as he's on the board. Took him 6 frames. Well, he got a strike. So we've got our three pairs on the screen for you here, 9 and 10 in the big window, 7 and 8, 11 and 12 to the right. And if you want to see the live scoring for these pairs, just go to the link that's right below the video you're watching here. And if you're watching on a mobile device, you can go to bowlingitrc.com directly to get the link for the live scoring and the standings. Of course, no standings yet. We're still in game 1, but as soon as we have the standings after the first game, I'll let you know. Chris wants to know what house is going to be used for the live streaming. It's going to be the finals house, which I believe is Sunnybrook, for Thursday and Friday. That's the live streaming. Only on Thursday and Friday at Junior Gold, the 18th and 19th, we have live streaming at that event. Too many squads and variables to be able to live stream the remainder of qualifying, but we will have live streaming the final 2 days of Junior Gold. And you can go to bowl.com/livestream if you want to see the schedule. Bowl.com/livestream for that schedule. Like I said, the patterns for Junior Gold have not been announced yet, but if you're on Twitter, if you follow me on Twitter at Lucas_Wiseman, at Lucas_Wiseman, as soon as they do announce those patterns, I'll be sure to tweet them so that you can get the links to them right away. So follow me on Twitter at Lucas_Wiseman. Brandon Biondo, I would guess, wants to know about how his dad is doing, and the leaders will be announced after each game. We're going to have the standings updated very quickly for you after each game, and we will let you know as soon as those are available. We're still in the 6th frame of this first game, so it's going to be a little bit before we have standings. We still have 4.5, 5 frames to go. Silly asking if the WTBA patterns do the same as Kegel and if they slightly modify the shot depending on the lane surface. Not sure about that. Obviously, these patterns, I don't believe that they modify them for WTBA and for PABCON events or this one. I could be wrong, but I don't think they do. But those patterns definitely play differently depending on the lane surface. So keep that in mind if you're practicing at home and you end up bowling on one of these patterns somewhere else. It may not play the same. Looks like our highest scoring pair is probably 13 and 14 in this first game. Anthony Pepe, Nathan Bohr on that pair, both bowling well. As is Devin Bidwell. You may want to check out that pair on the live scoring if you want to see how those guys are doing. Fagan comes up light in the 7th. It's not a good game for Fagan to start off the summer trials. Just tuning in, you're watching Bowl TV's live coverage of the Summer Team USA Trials here at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. I'm Lucas Wiseman. Game 1 of 3. Our first round of the tournament on the short pattern, Stockholm. Got 32 men and 28 women bowling here this weekend. The women will be coming up on the second squad at 7:45 p.m. Eastern Time is the scheduled start for them. Everybody's going to bowl 15 games this weekend. Top 2 in the standings will earn automatic spots on Team USA for 2014. Looks like Fagan's got the right lane down. Devin Bidwell, 220 with gutter 7 in the 10th. Highest score I've seen so far, so some folks finishing up who are going to be higher than that. Anthony Pepe looking at 247 with a strike on the fill. He's on lane 14 following the live scoring. That appears to be the highest scoring pair so far. Nathan Bohr also on that pair can strike out for 247. Follow live scoring. See how everybody's doing across the house here. I've got probably 4 or 5 pairs that I can see pretty good right in front of me here, and the others I have to rely on the live scoring for. Wrapping up the 8th frame on a couple of these pairs. Our featured pair, 9 and 10. Final frame, final bowler in frame 8. So 2 frames to go there. We're in the 10th frame on 7 and 8, and in the 8th frame on 11 and 12. Promise you very easy to follow along the scoring if you look at live scoring. Link is available on bowl.com, bowlingitrc.com, or right below the video you're watching in this event description. Jeffrey Young on our featured pair with a 4-pin in the 9th. He's got a max score of 219 out there this game. Mike Fagan unable to put a double on the boards. Just going to have a low score here in game one on the short. With that 10-pin, he has not thrown a double in this game. Only 2 strikes, both on the right lane. And his max, if he makes the spare and strikes out the 10th here this game, 176. So not an ideal start here for Fagan. Vince Biondo, 200. John Stravinsky, 209, as they wrap up on 7 and 8. Nathan Bloor did strike out for 247, so a couple of 247 games. Looks like Chris Vi, the double-hander, former Junior Team USA member, 268 in game one. That's going to be top score, it looks like. Eric Vermillion, 236. Just kind of reading off some of the bigger scores as I look at the scoring. As we wrap up game one of 3. Fagan gets the first one in the 10th. Get him in the 160s. He can get to the 170s if he throws another one. Very easy to come up light on this pattern. Short pattern, so a lot of players playing really far to the right. And you can just see how far right Mike Fagan is here. Fagan strikes out in the 10th. He threw 5 strikes in a row on that right lane and only shot 176. So game one coming to a quick close here. Jeffrey Young, a clean game. Can shoot 208 if he strikes on the fill. Players do move after each game. Right lane skips one pair to the right, left lane skips one pair to the left. So we'll have a lot of new players coming into the featured pairs here for game 2, and then for game 3 as well. Nathan Van Putten, 174 on our featured pair. Justin Mandel can get to 205 if he throws another one of those, 2 more of those in the 10th here. And Scott Dull has a chance to be high on the pair here. He can strike out for 223. He's up now in the red shirt on lane 10. .195 for Mandel. And Dull with a strike on the fill can shoot 202. See Jake Peters on the bottom right corner of your screen with the spare in the 10th. He can shoot 180 this game. Peters, 176, game 1. Only one player breaks 200 on that pair. That was Michael Bailey, 204. Well, on 9 and 10 here for game 2. Our featured pair, Anthony Pepe, Matt Gasson, Alan Chedester, and Chris. That's a hard one to pronounce. Let's see if I can get it here. Klaczynski. As they get started with game 2 on 9 and 10. Still waiting for 7 and 8 and 11 and 12 to transition into game 2. Anthony shot 247 first game, and he's off to a good start here in game 2. Strike in the first. Chedester first frame on lane 10. Leaves the 10 pin. As soon as we have the updated standings, I'll let you know, but all three pairs have now transitioned into game number 2. Don't forget to click on the live scoring. You can see the frame by frame for everybody in the bowling center. All 14 lanes that we are using. It's actually 20 lanes here at the International Training and Research Center, but only 14 are used on the training side, 6 on the research side. Do have the option to use 15 and 16, and that's the breakdown pair. So 15 and 16, the breakdown pair. And that's on the research side, but they've got a wall that they can remove right there too, that they have opened up for easy access in case of emergency. And if you're following on the live scoring, the players on the right lane moved right and skipped one pair. Players on the left lane moved left and skipped one pair. So that's where they are now. And that's how you can follow your favorite player here on the live scoring. So game 1 finished, game 2 underway. As soon as we have the standings, I'll let you know. But just getting started with game 2 in the second frame on our featured pair, 9 and 10. see Dino Castillo on the bottom right corner of your screen. Looks like he shot 202 first game. And the standings are now updated. Chris Vi, top of the table, 268. Anthony Pepe and Nathan Bohr are second, both with 247. Eric Vermelia, 236. Devin Bidwell, 220. Matt Gasson, 218. Kevin Andes, 215. John Cervinsky, 209. Jeffrey Young, 208. And Michael Bailey rounds out the top 10 at 204. 12 players shot 200 or better in game one. And you can find those standings on bowl.com, bowlingitrc.com, or by clicking the link right below the video you're watching in the summary of this video. All kinds of statistics on there as well for each player, so if you want to check that out, you can click on the player's name. It'll tell you more statistics than you could probably ever want, including what pin they left each game, each shot I should say, how many strikes they threw, etc., etc. So be sure to check that out. As the standings for game one are now up to date. Chris Vi in the lead, 268. Anthony Pepe and Nathan Bohr second, tied for second at 247. Women's squad will get on the lanes at 7:45 p.m. Eastern time. That's their scheduled start time. Don't see any reason why they won't start on time. For those just tuning in, watching live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials here at the International Training and Research Center, I'm Lucas Wiseman. We are in game 2 of 3 here in round 1. Bowling 15 games this weekend with the top 2 men and the top 2 women earning automatic spots on Team USA for 2014. Don't forget to watch our live stream coverage of the Junior Gold Championships. That is going to be on July 18th and 19th right here on Bowl TV. Thursday, Friday, the last 2 days of Junior Gold. Full coverage for you here on Bowl TV. Got a busy schedule this summer for me. I will be at Junior Gold. Immediately following that, I'll be at the U.S. Open and U.S. Women's Open. Our friends at PBA Extra Frame will be live streaming that this time around. And then I'll be headed to Columbia for the World Games with Mike Fagan and Kelly Kulick. And then we've got the World Championships in August. World Championships for both men and women. And we will have live coverage for you here on Bowl TV of every minute of the World Championships. Near the end of August. I think that live coverage gets underway. Let me look at my calendar here. I believe the live coverage begins on August 19th. Live streaming of the World Championships, which is immediately followed by this year's USBC Queens. We'll have live coverage of that for you as well. Wrapping up the 5th frame on our featured pair, 9 and 10. Anthony Pepe with the front 5 after shooting 247 in game 1. About halfway through this block, and Anthony's making his pitch to be the leader after the first day. Chris Vi might have something to say about that in 268 in game 1. Chris, I think we have Chris Vi on one of the pairs for the final game. Only has 4 players on it. It's got a couple of vacancies. So Anthony strikes again for the front 6. We are finishing up the, I should say we're in the 4th frame on the other 2 pairs, 7 and 8, 11 and 12. Matt Gasson up on the left lane here in the 7th frame. Again, these guys bowling a little quicker because they only have 4 on this pair. Gasson 218 the first game, 116 in the 6th, and a strike in the 7th. Here in game 2. And Anthony Pepe up now on the right lane, lane 10. Green shirt there with the front 6 this game after shooting 247 in game 1. So Anthony off to a great start. Another good one. Front 7. He is cruising along here in this second game. Chittister with a strike for a triple. Gasson with a double. Anthony trying to keep the string alive. The lefty, far left side of your screen, with the front 7 here in game 2 of 3. Does he have another? Oh, almost a blowout 7-10 there, but leaves just the 10 standing. So fortunate to get that 7 out a little late. And he will end that string at 7 strikes and stare down the 10 pin here. Again, some of the pairs only have 4 on them, but majority of them have 5 on the pair. Our featured pair just happens to have 4, and they are in the 9th frame here already. The other 2 pairs are wrapping up the 5th and heading into the 6th. Anthony Pepe, 9th frame, there's a strike. 8 out of 9 for him to start this game. And he almost certainly is going to put a big game on the board here. After shooting 247 in game 1, he can max at 279 this game. Jeffrey Young, who we saw the first game shoot 208 on featured pair, just shot 246 in game 2. So he shot a big game. Billy asking how many guys are bowling. There's 31. We did have 1 no-show, so had 32 on the roster. 31 showed up, and everybody's on 1 squad for the guys. 28 women are signed up, and they are all on 1 squad. Coming up next, that's scheduled to start in about 2 hours, a little less than 2 hours from now. So 3 games for the women this evening. Everybody bowls 6 games tomorrow and 6 games on Sunday. And after 15 games, we will know the top 2 men, top 2 women who have earned automatic spots on Team USA in 2014 here, right here live on Bowl TV. Based on total pinfall to determine those spots. Anthony ready to finish up 10th frame here in game 2. He can max at 279. He's on the far left side of your screen. his max drops to 259. Pepe with the spare in the 10th, so that puts him in the 250s. It'll put him over 500 for the first 2 games. Chris Vi, who shot 268 the first game, he is on lane 1 this game. He's bowling pretty good. He can also max at 259 if he were to strike out, but he still has a few frames to go. Still has the 9th and the 10th left. 202 for Matt Gasson. And Anthony finishes with a 7-pin on the fill for 258. And that will give him 505 for the first 2. Dino Castillo on the bottom right corner of your screen with the 248-10 pickup. Jettester 199. Kozinski finishes at 181 as they finish game 2 on 9 and 10. So we will go full screen to 11 and 12 here. We'll flip back and forth and show you 7 and 8 as well, since we don't want to show majority of the picture with a lot of waiting going on, as they only had 4 on that pair, so they got done pretty quick. And again, Anthony Pepe 505 after 2 games. And Chris Vi opened in the 10th, 225 on lane 1, so he's at 493. So it looks like Anthony Pepe might be in the lead. So we start to wind down game 2. Got a couple of more frames to go. One more game after this one. We watched Mike Fagan struggle to 176 the first game. Mike in game 2, he's got a couple of frames to go. He just left a 245. You can see him on the left side of your screen there. He is going to be, it looks like, 214 or so this game. That's what he's on pace for. Vince Biondo up here in the 9th, working on a double and a flat 10. And for him in the 9th, we'll end the string. He's got a good game going, though. Vince can still get to 235 this game if he picks this and triples in the 10th, or I should say strikes out in the 10th. Dino Castillo, 9th frame for him, working on a strike, looking for his first double of the game, and he finds it out there. He shot 202 first game. In the 10th frame now on 7 and 8. As we are quickly wrapping up game 2 of 3 on this first round competition. Dino Castillo, 10th frame, working on a double coming into this final frame of game 2. And he goes high, 3-6-10. Just joining us, we're live from the International Training and Research Center. I'm Lucas Wiseman. This is day 1 of the Summer Team USA trials. Biondo going to be at 225 if he picks the spare, and that would put him at plus 25 on the day. Mike Fagan, 214, puts him at minus 10 for the first 2 games. So we are winding down game 2. Final frame in progress. I've already started the 3rd game on 13 and 14. Dino finishes with a clean game for 190. Had a couple of 6 counts, a couple of 7 counts in there that lowered his score a bit, but clean 190 for Dino. Jake Peters with the spare in the 10th to fill it out for 201. Looks like Kevin Andes will be high on this pair. It's already doubled in the 10th. He can get to 237 if he strikes on this shot. He gets 7. So he finishes with 234 this game, puts him at plus 49. Andrew Barry, final bowler to finish on 7 and 8. Throws it in the channel on his second shot in the 10th. 1 shot to go, he can get to 184 this game. Chris asking how bowlers knew about the summer team trials. It was announced on bowl.com back in March. So it was, the word was put out there. We put it out on our Facebook and Twitter as well. So it certainly was ample opportunity to enter. And if you didn't know about it this year, then certainly would encourage you to bowl next year. Almost positive that this event will be back next year as well. And if you missed out this time around, would certainly encourage you to bowl the Team USA trials in January. More spots up for grabs there. And you can find more information, including registration, which has just opened at bowl.com/Team USA Trials. Registration now open for the Team USA Trials, and the field is maxed at 175 men, 175 women for the Team USA Trials, and I fully expect that the men's field will sell out. There will be a waiting list for the men's division at the Team USA Trials, so if you are planning to bowl, I would enter as soon as possible. Go back to the three-picture setup here as they have started bowling on 9 and 10 now. A.J. Johnson, one of our Team USA members on this pair. Eric Vermillion, Brent Bowers, Eric Martinez on this pair. And A.J. with an open frame to start things off in Game 3. There are 31 men that are bowling. Had 32 sign up, but one of them was a no-show here. Billy says Texas in July doesn't seem like a fun event unless the AC is set to Arctic. It actually hasn't been that hot here in the last week or so. It's been pretty nice. No triple digits. So that's pretty good for Texas in the summertime. Brian asking if youth bowlers were allowed to bowl, and yes, youth bowlers were eligible to bowl in this event. No junior Team USA spots up for grabs here this weekend, but there are some up for grabs at the Team USA Trials in January. And again, that's going to be January 3rd to the 8th. At the Orleans Bowling Center in Las Vegas. So a new venue for Team USA Trials, should be pretty exciting. Has been at Sunset Station and Texas Station the last few years, but for 2014, the Team USA Trials will be over at the Orleans, which is a brilliant bowling center if you haven't been there. A large bowling center, big concourse, very nice place. Not too far from the Strip, closer to the Strip than Sunset is. So great location for the Team USA Trials for 2014. So all of our pairs underway with the third game now. Just talked to Neil Stremmel, our managing director of NGB here at USBC. He's going to come on and chat with us when the women's squad starts. Probably about an hour and a half from now. He's got a lot of information he wants to share about team trials, spots available, and all that stuff. So I told Neil to come on by and we'll have a chat once the women's squad gets on the lanes. We've got a great women's squad as well, and a lot of current Team USA members that are going to be bowling. You can see the roster if you go to that link and look at the women's standings. Of course, no standings there, but you can see the player list. See if I can name the current team members. It's Shannon Plahowski, Shannon O'Keefe, Stephanie Nation are on that list. And Carolyn Doran-Ballard is also bowling, as well as Brenda Padilla, Ashley Galante, some former Team USA members. We do have standings now after 2 games. Of course, Anthony Pepe leading at 505. We kind of expected that. A 252.5 average. Chris Vi in second at 493. Eric Vermilia in third at 474. Nathan Bohr is fourth at 472. Jeffrey Young fifth at 454. So you can see those standings if you go on to bowl.com or bowlingitrc.com. You can find the links on both those pages. It's also right underneath the video you're watching in the summary of this event. You can find the link for the live scoring and the standings if you want to check out live scoring, or if you want to see what the standings look like at this stage. Brent Bowers up in the red shirt there on the left side of your screen. 4th frame on this pair. Here in game number 3, our final game of the day for the men. Only 3 games today for the men, 3 games for the women. Everybody bowls 6 tomorrow and 6 on Sunday. 15 games total pinfall. Top 2 men, top 2 women earn automatic spots on Team USA in 2014. Storm staffer asking if that is a double zero for Dino, and yes, it was in the second frame. Dino went gutter on a strike. Eric Vermilia had the front three and just left that 10 pin. Our leader, Anthony Pepe, strike, spare, double to start here in game 3. He's at 505 for the first two, so he's looking pretty solid in the early stages of this third game. And he's on lane 5 if you want to follow him on the live scoring. Once again, the women will be on the lanes coming up. About an hour and 20 minutes is when they're scheduled to get started. Scheduled for 7:45 p.m. Eastern time for their start time. They've only got 4 on a pair, so they'll bowl a little quicker than the guys will. By the way, John Serbinski, so we go bowling quick, already in the 10th frame, getting ready to start the 10th frame of game 3. Spare 8-bagger for John. So he's putting together a big game to close out this set. And if he closes that out for 290, he would shoot 723 today, which would be a real nice total. John is on lane 14 and just struck for shot 10th. We don't have that on camera for you, but interesting to note. I'm not sure that that's going to be enough to be the leader at the end of the day, but it would be a nice start for him. Anthony Pepe still on pace to be the leader at the end of the day. Strike, spare, triple for Anthony to start this final game of the day. The doublehander, Chris Vi on the bottom right corner of your screen, sitting at 493 after 2. Double spare strike for him to start this game. John Serbinski did double in the 10th, so he's looking at 290 this game. He strikes on the fill. Just tuning in, you're watching live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials here on Bowl TV. Eric Vermiglia up on the right lane. Good game going for him. As he strikes again. 5 strikes in 6 frames for Vermiglia this game. He was at 474 coming into this game. Registration now open for the Team USA Trials in January. Going to be January 3rd to the 8th at the Orleans in Las Vegas. Entries capped at 175 for the men and 175 for the women, and fully expect a sold-out field, at least on the men's side. So if you're planning to bowl, you might as well just go ahead and sign up now. Bowl.com/Team USA Trials, where you can find more information. Again, that's bowl.com/Team USA Trials if you want to sign up and take your shot at making Team USA or Junior Team USA if you're a youth bowler. But I wouldn't procrastinate. We did reach that sold-out level last year and fully expect to get there again this year. 290 was the final total for John Serbinski. He finishes at 723 on the day. A good total, not enough to be in the lead, but a good total nonetheless, as Dino Castillo throws his 3rd gutter ball of Game 3, the top right corner of your screen. A.J. Johnson in the purple and yellow on the left side of your screen, working on a 5-bagger after starting with an open this game, and turns it into 6 in a row. 386 after the first 2 for AJ. He's trying to put together a big game to close out the set here. Bottom right corner, Chris Vi, double-hander among the leaders after 2 games. He delivers his 3rd consecutive strike here in the 7th frame. Anthony Pepe still continuing to bowl a good game. Strike, spare, and 5-bagger for Anthony in this game. He's looking to be the leader after day 1. Question in the chat about why only 3 games on the short, and we'll let Neil answer that. Neil Strimmel's going to come in when the women's squad gets on the lanes. And that's in about an hour and 15 minutes. I could guess, but why not let Neil give us the answer here in a little bit. We'll take your questions for Neil Strimmel about the Team USA program coming up when the women get started with their first game. A.J. Johnson trying to keep that string alive. Currently sitting at 6 strikes in a row. That one comes up a little light, leaves the 2-pin. You can see the players playing pretty far to the outside part of the lane. It is the short pattern here in round 1. 3 games on Stockholm, 34-foot pattern. I think some of the players will be happy to have only bowled 3 games on this pattern. Eric Martinez, one of them. Sometimes these short patterns can be very difficult if you don't have the right equipment. And when you're playing as far right as some of these guys are, not a lot of margin for error out there. I've seen a few gutter balls already today. Fagan had a couple on our featured pair. Dino's got 3 this game. Anthony Pepe just struck again down on lane 6. He now has 6 in a row after starting with a strike and a spare. Eric Vermilya continuing to strike. 2 frames to go for him. He can max at 279 this game. I'll give him a big total, considering he was plus 74 coming into this game. A.J. Johnson, 9th frame. Light again, but collapses the 2-8 on that shot for the strike. You can see Nathan Bohr in the top right corner of your screen in the 6th frame. Anthony Pepe just left a 7-pin. Messenger missed it. ends his string of strikes. That may open the door for a couple of other folks to slip past him and into the lead. Have to wait and see. I think it's still looking pretty good for Anthony to be the leader after round one. All depends on how it finishes out here, though. And he missed the spare, so that might make things a little more interesting. Nonetheless, it's going to be a great block for Anthony Pepe. It's on pace to be more than 140 over for the first 3 games of this 15-game tournament. AJ comes up light again. This time he doesn't break it up and leaves the 8-10 and a 10th. Not what you want to see at any point, but definitely not what you want to see in the final frame of a block. And so AJ starts with a split, or with an open, and looks like he'll finish with a potential open here in this game. And still be in the 220s though, but left a lot of pins out there this game. Eric Vermiglia up here for his 10th frame. He can max at 279 this game. And that would give him plus 153. And that might be enough to give him the lead if he does that. And he leaves the 4-pin. And he knows it. There's money on the line, by the way. Daily prizes, first and second. So there's a few bucks on the line here in this each round. And that was a big one for Eric to have a chance to lead the day. Now it looks like the path is clear for Anthony Pepe to be the leader after day one. Anthony left a 7-pin on his first shot in the 10th. Chris Vai, 716. As he wraps up with 223. Vermiglia can shoot 258 this game. would give him 732. And Anthony Pepe just made his 7-pin, and that will keep him ahead of Eric Vermillion. 732 for Eric Vermillion as he closes it out. A nice way to start the tournament for him. That'll be right up there near the top of the leaderboard, but not at the top. It may be good enough for second, looks like. So we've got just one pair still bowling. So we will go full screen to that. They've still got a couple of frames to go as we wind down this opening round of the tournament. The women start 1 hour from now. Anthony Pepe looks like he's going to be at 742 if he strikes on the fill. You may see him on the far left side of your screen here. There he is, just barely in the picture. And he does strike on the fill. So it looks like 742 for Anthony Pepe as he will lead for the day. At least that's what it looks like at this point. I don't see anyone else who can get there. So I think that it's going to end up being Anthony Pepe at 742 and Eric Vermillion at 732 be your top two. John Zerbinsky 723, Chris Vai 716. Dino Castillo with his 4th gutter ball this game, and things not going well for Dino. Dino went double gutter in the 2nd. Had a gutter on a, and that was on a strike, by the way. Had a gutter in the 5th on a strike. Made the spare, and now a gutter on a spare here in the 9th. Hello to my good friend Andy James in the chat, watching us over across the pond. Nice to see you, Andy. Hope all is well. Let's see if Dino can keep it on the lane. Keep it in the tan area there, Dino. Hey, how about that? Good things happen when you keep it on the lane. Keep it away from those gray boards. Doesn't hook very much from the gray board. Women start in an hour right here on Bowl TV, so be sure to join us for that. Got a star-studded lineup on the women's side. Shannon O'Keefe, Stephanie Nation, Shannon Plahowski, Ashley Galante, Brenda Padilla, Carolyn Doran-Ballard, just to name a few in the 28 women field. And Dino tosses another one. The gutter count now up to 5. And you can only imagine how that has impacted his score. Got 126 in the 9th now. He's lost 50 pins on gutter balls this game as Dino Castillo. Keeps it on the lane, it's great. Dino. He's just smiling about it. He knows there's nothing he can do. He's going to shoot 146 if he strikes on the fill. If he chucks his 6th gutter ball, he would shoot 136. As we wrap up the final game of the day here for the men, women getting started in a little less than an hour. All right, let's see if Dino can finish strong here. Keep it on the lane, my man. And, oh, it does stay on the lane. Flirting with that gray board and strikes on the fill for 146 and waves to the crowd after a 5 gutter ball performance on the short pattern. Dino joking, is it a clean game? Well, he had a 146. He marked in all but the 2nd frame in which he went gutter, gutter, gutter. So he had 3 gutter spares that game. He shoots 146. 1 open. Tough to do. About the lowest game you can get with only 1 open. Well, obviously not literally the lowest, but it's a pretty low game with only 1 open. Looks like this pair going to be the final pair to finish up. Nathan Bohr, he was right up there near the top of the standings at plus 72 coming in. He can max at 223 this game, so that would get him to plus 95, which would be a good start. Trips out the 4. Nathan finishes with 212 for plus 84. Be sure to stick with us this evening as the women come on the lanes here at the International Training and Research Center. They should get started in less than an hour at 7:45 p.m. Eastern Time, 6:45 local time here in Texas. Zeno Garcia finishes things up And now we are done for this opening men's block. Anthony Pepe, the leader, at 7:42. Eric Vermelia, second at 7:32. And it looks like John Serbinsky in third at 7:23. Chris Vai at 7:16 in fourth. And you'll be able to find the standings right on our link under this video or on bowl.com or bowlingitrc.com. I'll be back with you in just a little bit here on Bowl TV. Back with you at about 50 minutes or so with the start of the women's competition.
the updated results as soon as we had them after each game. I'd like to take a quick minute to recognize some players from the 2013 Team USA program. Bowling on lane 1, Miss Shannon Bluchowski. Bowling on lane 4, Miss Ashley Rucker. Bowling on lane 9, Miss Jackie Carbonetto. Bowling on lane 10, Miss Elise Bolton. On lane 11, Miss Shannon O'Keefe. Lane 13, Miss Holly Harris. Bowling on lane 14, Miss Stephanie Nation. At this time, I'll ask everyone to please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Bowlers, once your lanes come on, you'll have 10 minutes of practice. bowlers, please hold up on your practice. Once again, a reminder for tomorrow, you will be on the lanes tomorrow at 1:45 p.m. 1:45 p.m. for tomorrow's squad. You'll be bowling on the medium pattern. It will be sole, 39 feet. Reminder, please turn in your recaps when you're done. Turn in your recaps to the front counter, complete once you have done bowling this evening. Spectators, let's send these ladies off with a big round of applause. When your lights come on and your arrows are up, you may begin.
Good evening, everybody. Ready to get started with our women's squad. You can see Shannon O'Keefe down on the bottom right corner of your screen. Brenda Padilla also down there. The top right corner, Megan Kelly, Christina Fromm, Carolyn Doran Ballard on that pair as well. And our featured pair, Vanessa Vera, Jackie Carbonetto, Elise Bolton, and Susanna Signiago. So the women are going to bowl their 3 games tonight on the short pattern. Stockholm is what we're bowling on. 15 games, total pinfall at the end of the weekend. Top 2 will get automatic spots on Team USA for 2014. We're live at the International Training and Research Center, the USBC Summer Team USA Trials. I'm Lucas Wiseman, and special guest is Neil Stremmel. Hi, Neil.
Buenos dias. How are you?
I'm good. Good to hear from you. The men bowled a little bit earlier today. Anthony Pepe in the lead at 7:42. Eric Vermilya second, 7:32. John Serbinski third at 7:23. So pretty good scores for those 3 guys. You can find the standings at bowl.com or bowlingitrc.com. And Neil is the managing director of NGB, National Governing Body for USBC. And as a result, he is in charge of the Team USA program. So
as a result, yes.
That's right. And you also oversee the equipment specifications, the rules, those sorts of things.
Coaching,
Team
USA, ITRC, stuff like that.
The things that you would expect the national governing body to do. So Neil,
yeah, I try to do those. Yes.
That's a good
try to
thing.
make sure they get done.
That's right. Keep the boss happy. Keep the big boss happy, I should say.
Yeah.
But we're here for the Summer Team USA Trials, the inaugural Summer Trials, and I guess this. Let me talk a little bit about why we're having this event.
Yeah, there's several reasons why we're having this event. It's a chance to get some additional people an ability to try out. Having it for 1 week in January sometimes makes it difficult for certain individuals to try out, and then their only other option is to send in a resume and hope they get selected, which is always going to be difficult. So this allows people, during the summertime when they have more time off, they can come here and try out. Also, for example, there's, as we all know, women don't have a tour. They have limited opportunities to bowl. So most of the good women bowlers have gotten to the point where they have jobs, and full-time jobs, and they only get so much vacation. And so if we have them come spend a week at team trials, and then they have to turn around and spend a week at Queens and a week at U.S. Women's Open, it gets really hard to then say, yeah, let's spend 2.5 weeks at the Combined World Championships. I think I'm up to 5.5 weeks of vacation. Even I don't have that much vacation.
Yeah, that's asking a lot, and so I know that some of the women appreciate it. And the schedule was set up so that it's only a weekend, and it's easy for people to come in and get out of here pretty quick. Come in on Friday morning if you wanted to, and out on Sunday night, and not really have to lose too much time for work.
Yeah, and this being 4th of July weekend, here you can come in on the 5th. A lot of people have this day off and have this weekend off pretty easily. So yeah, it makes it easy. Plus we got the women bowling late today, and they could have work the half a day, or for some people in this area, even a full day, and then bowl late on Friday, and then Saturday and Sunday, and they're done early on Sunday, so they can fly back home easily on Sunday. So, trying to. I guess it sounds pretty biased towards the women, but the women are the ones that need the help at this point. They have, full-time jobs, and it's harder for them to get to trials, regular team trials in January, and this is going to help them. And it's same for the guys as well. They can get in here for a weekend, and if January is a bad time for them, they can get here and get this done, and we can see them and hopefully make the team better. That's what it's all about. Win gold medals, making the team better.
And I think it's important to note that even though we're giving away 2 men's spots and 2 women's spots here this weekend, it's not taking away from any of the other opportunities to make the team, right?
Correct. The regular team trial still has 5 spots that are guaranteed, and then there are 5 additional selections. And it's important to note that the selections can come out of this tournament as well as the team trials in January. So if you bowl really well here, you get 3rd or 4th, or you just crush the long, so that we're like, wow, we need to pay attention to this person, or the short or the medium. You just crush one of the patterns. It's important to have this event and then pick these people out of this event as well as the other event, because sometimes it's the only chance we get to see them.
And then there are 5 other spots that are just selections by the committee, right?
Yeah, so the 5 other spots, like I was saying, could come from this event as well as the regular team trials or from resumes.
So a total of 12 and 12 men, 12 women on the team for 2014.
Correct.
Which is 2 more on each side than this year. Yeah,
there's 2 more. I've been working hard to get it there. We've had 12 in the past. Budget constraints and whatnot. We're trying to get it to stick at 12, and adding this event, we're going to make a little bit of money to help cover those costs. And the fact that you have 12, it's hard that not everybody on the team will get to bowl something, and that's always kind of depressing. But team trials, or team camp itself is a great opportunity, and we think there'll be a lot of people who are excited about that, because some of these kids, like Marshall Kent and Danielle McEwen and Brittany Hamilton. I mean, they're great bowlers, and they were great bowlers. But I gotta say, coming to camp, working with the coaches, working here at the training center, it has helped their game, and they've gotten a lot better and more confident. And just making the team, even if you don't bowl something that year, you'll get better, and your ability to make the team further in the future is going to go up. So even if you don't bowl something, I still think it's worth it to add those 2 spots.
So not a lot of prize money up for grabs this weekend or at the Team USA trials, but these events aren't really about prize money. They're about having the opportunity to be on Team USA. And like you said, one of the benefits of that is being able to come to the training camp, which, I mean, it's hard to put a price, a dollar amount on the value that you get from that, because in addition to having your airfare and your hotel covered, you're also getting a week of training with the best coaches in the world here at the International Training and Research Center. And once you're part of the program, it's like a family. You become part of the family, and have a lot of opportunities open up to you. So there's a lot more on the line. It's not about money. There's some prize money here this weekend, enough that the people who finish 1st or 2nd each day are going to cover their entry fee pretty much.
Yeah, so. We do a little bit, but you're exactly right. It's how do you put a price tag on traveling to the Women's World Championships in Hong Kong and winning a gold medal? I mean, you can't put a price on that. And even if you didn't make that team, bowl in the AMF World Cup,
which is in lovely, beautiful Siberia this year.
Krasnoyarsk, Russia.
Yeah,
I've been working on my pronunciation.
I got to learn how to say that, I think. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I wish I didn't have to.
I'm just sticking with Siberia for now. Although Siberia is a rather large place.
Yes, it is. I did see pictures from the Russian Federation Bowling Federation president, and that center is it's like attached to a very nice mall. It's a very nice center. It does look very nice there. but it's still going to be very cold.
Right, because the World Cup is in November in Siberia.
Yes,
And going to the World Cup for Team USA is John Cervinski and Danielle McEwen.
Right? Exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's an awesome tournament. You're there to be inside and bowl anyways. But
Right, exactly.
It's nice to, and it's nice that the bowling center is beautiful, and that the mall that it's attached to is great. But you want to get around and look around. You travel internationally. You don't want to just spend all your time inside. So hopefully it's not too cold for them.
Yeah, I'm a big proponent of that. You travel to another country, don't just stay in the hotel and the bowling center the whole time. At least go out and see something so you get a little bit of culture. I think that's important for Team USA, more important for Junior Team USA, I think.
Yeah,
but
you're exactly right.
Those things are important. But how did we determine who's going to bowl the World Cup this year?
Yes, so as we've done the last 2 years, and we will do again in 2014, the winner of the team trials in January is our selection to go bowl the AMF World Cup. And Cubic AMF decides where that is every year. And there were a couple of years where it was in fantastic places like right outside of Paris, and what was the one in South Africa?
Johannesburg, yeah.
So some great places. And now,
some very interesting and different places.
Yeah, I think both of those places are pretty cool. And Danielle McEwen's been on representing the USA at the AMF World Cup 2 years in a row. Last year she got to bowl in Wrocław, Poland, and this year she'll bowl in Krasnoyarsk, Russia.
It was really cold. It was really cold in Poland too. I remember seeing some of the pictures from there of them wearing their parkas and freezing cold, and it's. Man, they do like the cold weather destinations, it seems like, for the World Cup a lot of times.
Yeah, well, their job is to pick the exciting, beautiful bowling center. And,
yes, exactly.
So where it's located is second nature to them. And unfortunately, Danielle's 2 years haven't been as nice as, South Africa or Paris.
Yeah, it's always an adventure, though. That's the key part, and it's
not one complaint from her.
Yeah, of course not. Yeah, you can't complain when you get opportunities like that. It's hard to complain.
Yeah.
But the Team USA trials, we talked a little bit about it. I guess in the main trials, I don't know, January trials. I don't know how we can differentiate it, but that's coming up. Just announced the dates and the location for that a couple of days ago.
Yes, it's going to be in Las Vegas at the Orleans. Check-in is on January 2nd, and practice is on the 3rd, and then the 5 days of competition are 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. And so it's 5 days of competition in January in lovely Las Vegas at the Orleans this year. A great bowling center. We're looking forward to going there. New place. We haven't had team trials there as long as I've been around anyways. I don't think we've ever been there for team trials from my knowledge.
Probably won't be as cold in Las Vegas as it will be in Siberia, I'm guessing. It gets cold in Las Vegas,
does.
But not miserably.
It snowed there one time when I was there.
Yeah, it snowed for team trials one year. About like 3 or 4 inches, 5 inches, something like that. And
Quite
then
a few years ago.
It was gone in about 20 minutes, I think.
Yeah, I think somebody sneezed and it was gone.
Yeah, it was all out of there pretty quick. But yeah, looking forward to going to the Orleans. Great bowling center, great facility. Right near the strip, not on the strip, but close enough that you can get there real easily. And
closer than we've been. That's for
exactly.
sure.
Exactly, and the entries are capped. So I think you probably heard me mention it earlier, but you got to enter early, because I'm telling you, the men's field is going to sell out this year, and I predict it's going to sell out pretty early. I think it could sell out by the early bird deadline of December 14th, I think, or 13th, I think it is.
Yeah, and we've sold out in the recent past, and this is the a little bit smaller of a bowling center. I have a feeling we'll sell out, and it'll be tough. You need to make sure you get in if it's important to you. And here we've had 30-some guys bowl earlier today, so I think it's the guys that'll sell out. The girls probably won't. Historically, they've been lower, but still a solid field. So.
But why risk it?
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to bowl and it's important to you, I would say that you should sign up sooner rather than later. And you pay the entry fee now. It's by the time 6 months from now rolls around, it's almost like you forgot about the entry fee. So
and it's $50 cheaper if you pay ahead.
Exactly, and you save money if you enter early. So it's a good idea to get in as soon as possible. And more information on that, as well as the online registration, is at bowl.com/Team USA Trials. Bowl.com/Team USA Trials. If you want to get signed up for that.
Yes, please do.
Big year for Team USA with the World Championships coming up in, how far? It's only, 6 weeks from now, I guess. It's coming up quick.
I leave on August 15th. I'm going to be there for 2.5 weeks.
I leave on the 15th as well.
And it's going to be a big, long tournament. It's combined World Championships. They're going to have that every 4 years. They haven't had it for at least a decade. So it's a rare, exciting event for the guys and the girls to bowl in the same venue. The guys will cheer on the girls and vice versa. So you have built-in cheerleaders no matter what team you're from. It's going to be good, and it's going to be fun and exciting. And it's going to be long since we have guys and girls. It's like 2 different events, 2 different World Championships going on at the same time, because nothing is mixed. And
it's alternate days pretty much for the women and the men. And
so it's going to be long. It's going to be a long
and
championship.
It's going to be live on Bowl TV for the whole thing. We'll have every minute of the competition starting on August 19th.
Yes, we're going to rename that to All Lucas All the Time.
Yeah. Well, Jason Overstreet will be there most of the time to help me, so that'll be helpful. And then
Good.
Right after the World Championships, we've got the Queens. So we go right into the
Queens.
That's right into the Queens, and so it's going to be a busy stretch. Yes. And if you like to watch good bowling, then that's going to be like your the Holy Grail. About 2.5, 3 weeks there of nonstop, pretty much bowling every day on Bowl TV. So that'll be good stuff.
Yeah, we announced our team on bowl.com. We just selected them a week or 2 ago, and very, very exciting for them, and it should be a great event. We are the reigning world champions for men and women, and we need to defend both. It'll be tough. It'll be tough though. This is one event where you had to qualify, so that, like I said, this is once every 4 years. This is a unique event. Since it's men and women, it could get too large, and that's why they stopped having it, because it got too large. And so they've changed it now that you have to qualify to get to this event. So the competition is going to be top-notch, and you're not going to be stuck next to a mediocre team or a team that has 1 or 2 good bowlers and 1 or 2 bowlers that maybe shouldn't even be there. You're going to be next to quality people all week or all tournament long.
You're watching our live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials here on Bowl TV. Round 1 for the women's competition, about a little past the halfway point of game 1 of 3 on the Stockholm pattern, the short pattern. And you can follow the live scoring. If you don't want to hear us blabber on and you want to know more about the scores, you can click on the live scoring by going to bowl.com or bowlingitrc.com, or clicking the link in the summary right below the video you're watching. We were just talking about the World Championships coming up, and the rosters were announced. Team USA men's roster: Chris Barnes, Mike Fagan, John Janowitz, Tommy Jones, Bill O'Neill, and John Serbinsky. A pretty talented squad. A lot of people may not be familiar with John Janowitz, since he's the only non-pro on that team, but he's a great player, and there's a reason why he's been picked to bowl on the team for the World Championships.
He won the gold medal for singles there in
the
PABCON
a
year ago in that same bowling center. So we know he can bowl well there. He's won some eagles. He made the show for the Masters last year, or did he just miss the show last year for the Masters in New Jersey?
No, he did not make the show.
I think he was
but
sixth.
He bowled really well
at
the Masters, and Janowitz, that's an amateur and non-professional bowler, I guess might be a better term, and he has made the team through the team trial, so that kind of dispels the myth that if you make it through team trials, you don't get to bowl anything. So there's an example right there of a non-pro selection being selected to bowl the World Championships.
Yeah, he's bowled the team trials every year for several years.
And he's always right there at the top.
At the top. Usually he has made it through an automatic bid, but he's been selected as recent as 2 years ago. He was selected as an at-large bid at the trials. Again, you know, showing that even though you don't win that, you can still make the team, and even though you don't win that, you can still bowl for something, because he bowled last year for the PABCON championships and won the singles gold and several other medals as well. He's bowled many times for Team USA. I'm sure he has a large rack of gold medals and silver and bronze as well, hanging in his home in Florida.
And on the women's side, Liz Johnson, Kelly Kulik, Stephanie Nation, Shannon O'Keefe, and Missy Parkin and Shannon Plahowski. 5 of the 6 were on the World Championship team from Hong Kong a couple of years ago. Missy Parkin replaces Carolyn Doran Ballard from that group, and
yes,
that's
it's obviously a solid team.
Yes.
And Carolyn's here today bowling.
Yes.
Bowling on lane 7.
Carolyn has not retired from the Team USA efforts. Apparently, she's elected to not bowl the team trials or submit a resume. I don't think for the last couple of years, but this is happening in the same building she works in, so she figured why not give it another try.
Yep, and she's obviously one of the top bowlers in the world and more than qualified to be on the team. So here's her chance to make the team outright, and if she doesn't, you know, if she's right up there, she has a good chance of being selected that way. She obviously can turn in a resume anytime she wants.
And Carolyn, I think an example of somebody who has, she bowled for Team USA. She had a great professional career, still bowling great, still bowling big events, but you know, elected to just kind of take a small step backwards to focus on her career and her family, and you know.
Exactly.
So be nice to see her back on the team. She certainly belongs there.
Still runner-up for the Queens last year.
Yep, so Carolyn's still bowling well. And so, yeah, the World Championships got some great teams for the United States that will be heading to Las Vegas. And live coverage of that starts on August 19th here on Bowl TV. Should be pretty exciting. The 9th frame here of the first game for the women. And they're bowling on Stockholm today, Neil, which is the shortest pattern this week. Seoul tomorrow, and London on Sunday. And I'm guessing that you might have had a little bit of say in what patterns got picked. So I'm just wondering, what was the thought process on picking the Stockholm pattern today?
Yeah, well, we wanted to bowl on a short and a medium and long. You want to pick your team based on, you know, what they're going to see internationally, and you know, they're going to see a variety of short, medium, and long. We don't know what each tournament, each World Championship is going to be. There's a technical delegate that determines and selects those patterns, and they're either short, medium, or long, usually 2 out of the 3. This year it's going to be short and medium for the men and the women at the combined World Championships. But long is used just as often. So we want to make sure that they can bowl well on all 3 of the types of patterns. So Stockholm is one of the more common, you know, there's 4 in each category, and Stockholm is probably the most popular amongst the short patterns. So we felt it was a good one. We know it plays well in this house, so we felt it was a good choice so that people could bowl on one of the most popular and common international patterns. And Seoul for the medium, you know, same thing. It's one of the more popular medium patterns, and we feel a fair choice. And same with London. The long ones are probably the most distinct. You know, you get to Paris and Mexico City, they're very different from London, for example, and so we just decided to go with London on this and see how everybody does.
Well, today on Stockholm, Anthony Pepe, the lefty, with 742, Eric Vermilya at 732, and John Serbinsky 723. You had 5 players at 700 or better on the short today. Is that kind of on par with what you might have expected, or?
Yeah, I always expect the short patterns to, you know, score fairly high. Los Angeles can be a little tricky and can have a little bit of a transition to it. But this was only 3 games, so we felt, well, we just go with Stockholm. And internationally, we see scores along that pace. 240s getting up there for that kind of a pace for 3 or 6 games, but somewhere in the 220 to 230 range is not uncommon for the top bowlers internationally on any of the short patterns.
Well, I'm wondering if the lefties have a pretty good look on this short pattern, because Anthony bowled well, and he's a left-hander, and I see that Christina Fromm is bowling really well. She's going to be in the 240s here this first game, so I don't know what Shannon Plahowski is doing. I guess I could look at the, because it's always a good indication if you want to know if the left-handers are bowling well. Well, Shannon has debunked that theory because she's going to be in the 170s this game, so
yeah, it's
hard to say.
A couple other lefties here on the squad as well. Ashley Rucker's down on 3 and 4. Not sure how she's doing. And we have.
She's doing all right. She's going to be in the 200s, probably the 2 teens this game.
Okay.
Looks like.
But other than Christina, I don't see anybody crushing it. She ended up with a 246, so she'll be in the top 2 or 3 probably with that score. We'll just have to watch and see how it goes. The center is not noted yet, anyways, for being a lefty house. I don't think it ever will be either, actually, because we continually level the lanes here. We did a lane mapper on all these lanes here just recently, and it's time. This summer is time for us to pull some panels and re-level. We've been doing it every 6 months since we built this place 3.5 years ago. And so as we were discussing that, we decided we would leave it where it's at, post the topography information for all the players to see. We're starting to see that a little more often on an international level. So we decided to utilize that as part of this event as well. And we'll level the lanes in late July or August. So even if there's a lefty bias right now, it'll change in a month anyways.
Neil Stremmel, the managing director of NGB for USBC, sitting in with us as we watch Game 1 wrap up here in our women's division. Round number 1 on Stockholm, the short pattern.
Well, there was one other question. It was about why only 3 games on the short?
Yes, yeah, we had that question earlier. 3 games on the short, 6 on the medium, 6 on the long. So why only 3 on the short?
Yeah, again, we talked earlier about having this tournament be such that you could get in and get out, and have a minimal or no time off of work. And so we wanted to keep, the Friday short, for lack of better terms. Wanted to keep it so people could get in later. We could have a quick practice session in the afternoon that you wouldn't necessarily have to go to, and just bowl 3 games on this day and then 6 and 6. And to me, it's obvious that the one pattern that you should only bowl 3 games on, if that's the way you have to do it, would be short, because we're going to see either you can bowl on short or you can't. It doesn't transition much. If it's easy, it stays easy. If it's hard, it usually doesn't get much easier. And if you can hit it, you can hit it. If you can't, you can't. And so by doing it this way, we can see from a selection standpoint anyways, can they hit the short? Can they not? Do they struggle on it? Do they not struggle on it? Do they know what they're doing, or do they not? So that's part of it. The other part of it is, it's definitely going to be the highest scoring. This makes it so that, one person doesn't run away average-wise from the rest of the field just on one of the patterns. So there's a couple of the reasons right there. We didn't want to bowl 6 games all 3 days, so we wanted to do 3 on the Friday to get it kicked off, and this is what made the most sense to us. As simple as that.
That would have been my guess. I said that I would have guessed the answer, and that would have been my guess. Was
Yeah.
the main reason being to shorten the format, shorten the weekend, so that you can, because otherwise you don't have time to get the practice in on the same day you have the first round, because they practice earlier today. So, because obviously when you have 6 games versus 3, it doubles the amount of time that it takes to bowl, and we've got full days tomorrow and Sunday, and important to make it as travel friendly as possible for the bowlers, to kind of limit the cost and the whole time off work issue for these players who traveled, and even the local players who are here. And there's quite a few local players as well. I think that certainly could have had a lot more local players, and there was room for a few more folks to be able to bowl this event. But we did limit it was a limited, not a limited, limited entry, yes, but you had to apply to compete in this event and meet an average threshold to be able to be eligible to compete in this event. And I think it was a 200 sport average for the men, 190 sport average for the women was the threshold. So
yeah, and if
you would have been eligible.
And if you didn't have I don't think I could bowl.
You can't bowl 15 games in 3 days.
Yeah, my body would reject that.
I know. I bowled nationals. I bowled 9 games in 2 days, and 6 games in 1 day, and my hand almost fell off. So.
Yeah, my back and my knee are not gonna like
make
that
it
too well. I need to get some more injections first. But
legal ones, of course.
Yes, of course. So yeah, exactly. It essentially was open if you had the qualifying average, if your average was high enough. And if you didn't have a sport average, obviously we would take that into consideration and adjust it. But I did expect, I have to admit, I expected to sell out. I'm surprised we didn't. But we weren't going to start changing our rules to allow a handful of more people in, especially when maybe they're not qualified to be here in the first place. But it's virtually the same rules as we have for the January trials, just a little bit tighter. And we did it tighter because it's a smaller field. We felt like we would sell out, and we wanted to make sure it was a lot of quality here.
We only have so many spots, so many lanes here at the training center. So it's not like the Orleans, which has, 60 lanes or something? 64, whatever it is.
64, yeah, I think it is. We have 16 lanes here that we could technically have this tournament on, and we are keeping 15 and 16 as a breakdown, and we could have probably had maybe 7 more female bowlers and still been done in a normal amount of time.
And once again, for those of you just tuning in, you're watching Bowl TV's live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials. Lucas Wiseman and Neil Stremmel with you for this women's squad. You're welcome to stay as long as you want, Neil, or if you got other stuff to do, feel free. It's up to you.
I'll watch for a little bit here, and I got to go get something to eat.
Tyler,
I see Tyler asked that question. Hopefully I answered that good enough for you. And I wanted to say hi and hope you passed your CPA exam. I know you'll get the results later, so good luck with that. Can anybody identify what Shannon O'Keefe is throwing? It's a round object.
Made by DV8, that much I can tell you.
Yes.
I would assume DV8.
And it has at least 3 holes in it. Beyond that, I don't see her now.
You and I think, are probably not very well versed in, as we should be, in all the bowling balls that are out and what they're throwing these days, because there's so many bowling balls that it's hard to tell.
Yeah, once I left the equipment spec department, when I was in equipment specs, we would see them all the time, but it got to the point where there's just, so many new balls all the time. And then once I left that and was over that along with other things, I can't keep up whatsoever.
Jason
Milligan is he can look at it from 100 feet away and tell you what it is and how it's drilled.
You oversee the equipment specs, though, and I know that every bowling ball gets tested and approved by USBC before it can be released. But do you know how many bowling balls that we approve each year?
Yes, they all come through this building. We get samples that come through this building every year. We're looking at the training center side, but just to the right of this wall that you can see.
Just barely see the wall on 11 and 12 there to the right of 13 and 14.
We have a whole research side, and we have a whole bunch of testing. In addition to Earl, we have bunch of equipment. And we utilize that for all the balls and pins and lane surfaces and lane conditioner and flat gutters and kickbacks, and I could go on and on. But the bowling balls is the main part of it because we get about 300 a year. 300 different types of bowling balls a year come through this building for approval. And virtually every one of them is approved. And the reason why that is because all the ball manufacturers know our specifications. They're not going to spend time, effort, and money on something that might not pass. They're going to make sure it's going to pass before they're going to spend that much time and effort on something. And, you know, they know what our specs are. They're all published on bowl.com and the equipment specifications manual. And so ultimately, you know, virtually everything ends up passing because they know what they need to do.
Every once in a while, you get a dud that comes in. You know, it's kind of like the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory where they're testing the eggs, and every once in a while there's a bad egg that comes through. But you know, maybe it's shaped like an egg. I don't know. I mean,
we get some bad eggs
every once in a while, but it's not very often. It's very
correct.
Very infrequently.
It's just, you know, it's maybe 1% a year, which is you know 2 or 3 or so a year. We had a good example that we talked about at Bowl Expo as well as convention, where we had a new specification that required us to look more closely at certain balls if they're close to the limits. We get these sample balls in, and if they pass, in the past we would allow them to be approved, and we kind of changed that such that if they're close, we want to look at 10 samples. So we get more samples in. So we get additional samples sent in, and when we did that, we realized we had a bowling ball that was very inconsistent because all the samples that we got in through our data, we were able to prove that they weren't the same core. So then we went and cut about 8 of them in half, and 7 of them were essentially different.
I remember that, yeah.
It was a good example. I'm pretty sure it's still on bowl.com, probably on the equipment specs page. It's an article or a press release or something
written
that's
by
buried
me,
in there.
I think I wrote that one, actually.
Yeah, you think you
Rings
remember
a bell.
that. I think
Rings a bell, yeah. I think that's one I would remember, so yeah.
So it's just a good example of why we do what we do and how we do it. And
I think we had a lot of pictures of the different insides of the bowling balls, and you could see how they were different.
Yeah, so it is a good example. So check that out if you're curious or interested, you know, and people wonder why we approve everything, and there's a couple of examples of we don't approve everything, and usually we do approve everything, most everything, because they know what they're doing. They're not going to spend so much money if they don't think it's going to pass or it might not pass. So.
And it offers bowlers some peace of mind too, because bowling balls are expensive. So if you're going to go out and you're going to spend a couple $100 on a bowling ball, it dang well better be legit. And so we kind of help to facilitate that and almost serve as I won't say a quality control because we don't check every single bowling ball, but at least you can say that that bowling ball has been inspected and tested and meets all of the proper specifications. And most of the ball companies have a very repetitive process for creating bowling balls. So once it's right, it's really hard for them to kind of mess that process up, I would guess.
Yeah, I could go on. Even though I'm not in the specs area anymore, I'm an engineer, and I could elaborate on this probably to a point where people are ready to shut down. But statistically, we're at a point where we get enough samples from a company to know that the samples they send us have to fall in a certain area, and if they do, then we're good. And if they don't, we need more samples. And then at that point, we're able to tell them, this is how many will pass, and this is how many wouldn't pass, and you need to fix that. Ultimately, we know enough about their process to get them to what's called a 4 sigma process, which means that of everything that comes off of that line, 99.4% will pass. So there are balls that will go out that are outside the spec, and usually those balls that are out are so minimally out that it doesn't really matter. To get it to the point where it's 100% would require a much smaller spec, a much lower specification, to the point where, you know, we'd have all kinds of other problems. So it's pretty exciting for me anyway. Exciting for technical types and statisticians and Six Sigma.
Yeah, we got a bunch
black
of the
belts.
researchers, engineers, all kinds of nerdy type people down here that do all that stuff that I couldn't understand in a million years if I tried.
Nikki Brose, who is one of our research engineers, is also a Six Sigma black belt, and I know it seems weird that, you know, that's like a statistician and a karate combination thing, but she's a math ninja, and
legitimately.
And is
remind me not to make her mad anytime soon.
So, and one of the other people we have in that department is Emily Troutman, who's got a degree in math, chemistry, and physics, I believe. She's got 3 bachelor's degrees, and she's continuing to go to school to get a master's degree because, you know, I think she just gets bored with life.
Never have enough, I guess, right?
So it'll be her 4th degree of some sort, and she's really good at the statistical analysis as well.
Well, results after game 1, Christina Fromm, as I kind of expected, in the lead at 246. Carolyn Doran-Ballard is second at 235. Ashley Rucker, another lefty, is third at 224. And Grace Hall is 4th at 223. Jackie Carbonetto 221. And those are the top 5 after game number 1 of 3.
All at 220 or above, so those are solid scores. Let's see if anybody can keep that up on that pace.
Had some of the big names a little bit further down. Shannon O'Keefe in 11th, 205. Stephanie Nation in 13th at 191. Shannon Plahowski in 15th at 187. Those are our 3 current team members. But it's game 1 of 15, so it's not.
Yeah.
Got a long ways to go.
A lot of games to be bowled.
And a lot of different patterns. 3 different patterns.
It is one good thing if for whatever reason you're not good or comfortable on the short, it's only 3 games. But if you're not good on the short, in my opinion, you're going to struggle on medium and long because they're, in my opinion, much tougher patterns. And I guess I should say it's not just my opinion. From a scoring standpoint, it's been proven time and time again over the last several years. Well,
we're in game 2. It feels like our featured pair, 9 and 10, bowling a little slower than some of the other pairs. Not the slowest, but they're a little behind.
I think they're checking their hair and makeup in between shots.
They're a little slower than the pairs on each side of them, which they're in the 5th frame on 7 and 8 and 11 and 12.
Yep. So, as always, you know, you get the slow pair, you slow them down.
Yeah, I know. Everybody wants to take their time for the cameras, I guess. Although we've got the triple box working today for show 3 different pairs at the same time. I guess it could be a little dizzying if you try to watch them all at the same time, but that's why you just pick one and watch it.
Good advice.
I figure it's better to have 3 than 1, and 3 is better than 2, and so the more we can show, the better. So why not?
It's
got the capacity to do it, so might as well do it. You can still see it pretty good. You can still make out what's happening even on the little screens with the still see the pins and everything. So and you can follow the live scoring as well. And it almost got to 100 people earlier. It was at 99. It's at 81 right now, so it's not too bad.
Well, Friday night, not prime time for sitting in front of the computer watching bowling.
Yeah, it seems like
for me, you know.
Our best times are during the workday when people are at work and not really doing their work and actually
they'd rather
watching live streaming instead.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt.
I think a lot of people turn it on at work and just leave it on in the background, and they do their work while they listen and watch every once in a while.
Yeah, if I can, that's what I do actually. And usually I'm not really watching. I'm just hearing what you had to say, and then if I need to look at something, I'll look at it. or if I hear you say something that's just like wrong.
Then you pay attention to me.
No, that's not right. What are you talking about?
And then I get a text message from Neil.
You're doing it wrong.
Fortunately, it doesn't happen too often.
No, I don't think it has. Usually I just jump in and say something about patterns or whatever.
And once again, for those of you who may just be tuning in, if you want to sign up for the Team USA trials, if you're watching this and you're kind of wanting to be a part of the Team USA program, your next opportunity is the January Team USA trials in Las Vegas at the Orleans Bowling Center, January 3rd to the 8th. And online registration now open for that at bowl.com/Team USA trials. Bowl.com/Team USA trials.
Yes, please sign up and let's get her all dialed in and get it done and get it filled out, and then we'll know who's going to be bowling, and that'll make us a great partner with the Orleans. And we'll go from there next year.
The Orleans is a great property. I would guess that you've been there.
Yes, of course.
Many times before. And I was actually looking. Let's see, I'm going to call this up. I think I looked at the Orleans on TripAdvisor the other day, and it came up with an 85% thumbs up. So that's a pretty good.
That's pretty good, especially
number.
for off the strip.
Yeah, for off the strip, 85% thumbs up on the Orleans.
Yeah, we have great rates for there. A little bit more on the weekend, but very inexpensive during the week.
And good rooms too. They've got big rooms there.
Rooms are a little bit bigger than normal. Yeah.
They've got a couch and I think most of the rooms have even a window in the shower, so you can look out the window from the shower when you want to wave to people while you're doing your business.
That is high on my priority list. And very important.
It's a little awkward. I don't know that there are many other hotels that I've stayed in that have that, to be honest with you. And I've stayed in a lot of hotel rooms.
I usually take one of those, the big horns that they play at the soccer matches. I take that in the shower with me and I stick it out the window.
That'd be nice. That sounds like fun. People in the parking lot would be wondering what the heck's going on up there.
They do. They usually wonder. They think a soccer match is going on.
But the Orleans is great, and I think it'll be a good event. The bowling center's really nice. They've hosted a lot of big events there. I know I've bowled there a number of times in the various, Megabucks tournaments over the years.
The layout there is good. It allows you to see everything that's going on a little bit better, and I think it'll be good for the spectators. And like I said, the room rates are good. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head exactly how much they are, but don't hold me to this when you sign up, but it's close to like $40 during the week and $65 or $69 on the weekend, which
it's pretty reasonable. If you bring a buddy and share a room, then
exactly. A lot of people do that.
It's pretty
close
cheap.
to the strip. It's quick walk down to New York, or Excalibur. Get over to Excalibur. You can get on the tram and go to Mandalay Bay. That's Luxor. Those are some great places. You hit one of my favorite places, which is the Burger Bar in between Luxor and Mandalay Bay. Got good burgers and good beer.
I haven't been there. I'll have to try that out. We should go there for the team trials, or maybe the World Championships. We get a break. Ryan wants to know, Lucas, how much would you say it costs a bowler for a week at the team trials? And the entry fee, if you enter early, is $350, I believe.
Yes.
And $350 is not that bad considering how many games you get to bowl.
Yeah, it's five days of bowling plus practice. Yeah.
And I don't know. It's hard to say how much. It depends on your lifestyle, where you live, where you're flying from. But you plan on, I don't know, $350 for an airline ticket.
I think you can usually get it cheaper in January since we're after the New Year's.
Yeah.
We're not there on New Year's, so I think a lot of times you can get it for $220, $250.
Yeah.
And
then if you share a room with somebody, I mean, your room cost is going to be pretty minimal. I mean, you're looking at 6 nights at, I don't know, probably $300 max for your hotel room.
Yeah, and you can divide that by
you can split it with two or four or however many people you got. So you can keep that pretty low. You can eat the buffet every day pretty cheap. So
Yeah. food is, if you go to the right places, it's
Yep.
it's pretty cheap
You can
there.
find the right places. You can get some deals. They got a Subway at the Orleans, so at least they did last time I was there. So
Yeah.
you know, you can always eat fresh.
Eat fresh.
So it's not too expensive. It really isn't. You can spend as much or as little as you want in Vegas. It
Yeah.
seems like, especially at a lot of the properties that we end up at for the Team USA trials.
Yeah, so if you start adding that up, you know, that's not terribly expensive to try to represent your country at the Cubic AMF World Cup or any of the other events we have going on next year.
And it's what, 5 months away, 6 months away, 5 months. So
Yeah,
you know,
January.
figure you might spend $800 on the trip. Start saving now. You know,
Yep.
you save $100 a month now from now until then, and
You're all set.
you should be in pretty good shape.
And if you go there and just put it all on 21, black 21,
Yeah, exactly.
you're going to be set because I'm sure you'll win.
Yeah.
Don't hold me to that, but I'm sure you'll win.
I've told this story before, but I was playing roulette with a friend of mine, and we had about $15 in chips left each. So I put it on red, and she put it on black, and guess what came up?
Black.
Green.
Oh,
We
yes, of
both
course.
lost.
If I'd have thought for a second, I would have known that was the answer because that happens to me way too often. I sit down. Roulette is one of the worst odds game, but it's kind of fun. It's really mindless.
Yeah. It's
I haven't played it in a long time because I know the odds are.
Exactly.
Here I'm talking about stats and whatever, and I know that's terrible odds. I should never play that in my life, but there's an entertainment value there. But yeah.
Mr. Starboy must just be tuning in. He wants to know where the trials are going to be. And again, they're going to be in Las Vegas again at the Orleans, January 3rd to the 8th, 2014. And more information at bull.com/Team USA Trials.
Correct. And actually, we will have this event, Summer Team Trials, here next July as well. It won't be the 4th of July weekend because the Queens will be over the 4th weekend. And we will probably have it the second or third weekend in July. And it'll be here at the ITRC as well.
So there you go. The summer trials will presumably be an annual event from here on out, I would assume.
Yes, and in 2015 we're going to have it again, and we'll announce where that's going to be sometime next week.
Yeah. So the summer team trials here to stay, but your odds of making the team, I think, are much better at the Team USA trials. There are more spots available.
More spots available
at the January trials.
And
but
we'll announce them all there, and that'll be. I think we did it different last year.
Yeah, we did the step ladder last year. I assume we're doing the step ladder again, right?
Yep, we'll do the step ladder. We're going to announce all the selections at the conclusion of the step ladder, which I think made it more exciting, made it a bigger event. Hopefully people enjoyed that. Hopefully more people tuned in. So I hope people enjoyed that.
Yeah, I think it was a lot of fun. I think you and I both called the semifinals and the finals, and it was good stuff. And enjoyed the step ladder finals for the team trials last year, and then had the announcement right afterwards. So worked out well. We had a lot of people watch, and we found that people like the step ladder format for the live streaming, just like TV.
Yeah.
We had a lot of people watch the Senior Masters step ladder finals last month. I think that recorded video is up to more than 25,000 views already since the Senior Masters, and so that's a pretty good number. And we try to do our best to make it as much of a show as we can here on Bull TV. And the good news at the team trials is that everybody who makes the step ladder is already on the team. So you're bowling for the title and for the Cubic World Cup spot.
Yeah, so that makes it a unique step ladder. That you're bowling for a little bit of money, like we said earlier. It's not a lot of money, but then bowling for the Cubic AMF bid. So the selection to go bowl Cubic AMF World Cup, and the pressure in a lot of ways is already off because you've already made the team. So it's a little bit more of a fun step ladder finals.
Yeah, when you add in the value of finishing first at the Team USA trials, when you look at the value of making it to camp, to going to the World Cup, I mean, you're looking at over $10,000, I would guess, in value, you know, as a prize. I mean, you look at airline tickets and hotel rooms and per diems and all that stuff. I mean, it ends up being quite a bit of money that it adds up to after a while.
Honestly, yeah, I'd say that's the minimum. You look at John Zerbinski, he's going to bowl the Cubic AMF World Cup. He's been selected to bowl the Combined World Championships. That's 2.5 weeks in Vegas. That is paid for. It's a week plus in Russia. It's paid for.
Yeah.
It's a week at camp. It's paid for. Geez, that's, you know, and as a Team USA member, your entry into the next year's trials is covered as well. So there's another $350. So when you get down to it, it really just starts adding up. We cover a lot of things. We cover entries into either the Masters, the Queens, the U.S. Women's Open, or the U.S. Open, because we want our Team USA players to go out and represent USBC, represent Team USA, represent their country at these events. So we cover that. So there's another few $100s. I mean,
almost $1,000 right there.
Yeah. So just making the team is thousands and thousands of dollars. Winning is, I would put it at least $10,000. In
value.
In value, yeah. And if you ask any of these Team USA members that have bowled for their country and won for their country, the money is secondary. It's just that feeling of hearing the national anthem in your honor while you're up there. I don't care if it's in the Olympics or not. It's if it's a World Championships especially, but even if, you know, it doesn't matter the event. If you're there and you've represented and you're on the podium or hopefully gold medal hearing the national anthem, it's just awesome, something that can never be taken away from you, something you'll always remember. I've been there, I've seen it many times, and it's an awesome experience. I don't care where it's at.
If you want to follow along on the live scoring, if you get tired of hearing Neil and I blabber on, if you want to know about the scores on these pairs, you can look those up using the link right below the video you're watching in the description, or on bowl.com or bowlingitrc.com. Look on the live scoring. And just kind of recap where we are. Ashley Rucker's got another good game going here. She could shoot 242 if she strikes on the fill. That would put her at 66 over. And Shannon O'Keefe bowling well as well. I
see Carolyn Doran-Ballard with 1-9 spare, and she'll be going into the 10th frame on lane 3, so she's looking at a 279.
Yeah, and she shot 235 the first game.
Yeah.
So.
She had the front 6, so I didn't see that 9 count. I'm not sure what she left. Front 6, 9 spare, 3-bagger, so she's
front
good.
5, 9 spare,
okay.
3-bagger, I think.
Yeah, my eyes are getting worse. I'm old.
Giving her an extra strike there, Neil. That's all right, though.
Yeah, 6 and then 3 more with a spare in the middle.
Should already be in the 10th frame. Yeah.
I'm a genius. Here, let me brag about my math abilities some more during this telecast. Thank you. Wile E. Coyote. Super genius.
Watch out for that anvil that's about to drop on your head. Shannon O'Keefe is bowling a good game. She's in the top right corner of your screen for her final shot. She can shoot 249 if she strikes on the fill here, and she shot 205 the first game, so 248.
248.
And puts her at plus 53. So she's in a good spot after the first 2 games of this 3-game block. Women, as promised, bowling pretty quick with only 4 in a pair, so they're moving right along.
And they're always quick. Women are always faster.
Not always, but
almost always.
A lot of the times.
Most of the time.
In college bowling, the women tend to be slower, it seems like, for whatever reason. Maybe that's because they do a lot more cheering and chanting and yelling and screaming and all that stuff.
Could be. Yeah, it's one time where the guys don't do that stuff.
So we're wrapping up game 2. Kayla Johnson, 222 on the bottom right corner of your screen. She just wrapped up. Shannon Blowski had a 213, and Megan Kelly had a 200. So that was a pretty good pair right there.
Yeah, Kate, I remember talking about Kayla at team trials in January, and she had a great run and a great stretch, and just had not started out so well. Well, here today, her first game wasn't the greatest. It obviously was 180.
Yeah, she's at -7 after 2, despite shooting a 222.
So one bad game, now she got 222. Maybe she'll keep going from here.
And we will see her again for the next game. I think because they're skipping one pair, right? Left moves left, right moves right.
So she'll be on 7.
So she'll be on 7 and 8. She'll be on the one of our other featured pairs for the final game of the day. And we start tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time, I believe, so 10 a.m. Eastern.
Men start in the morning at 9 a.m.
6 games, going to take a while.
Yep.
Probably, how long does it take to bowl 6 games for the men tomorrow? Probably about 5 hours, I would guess.
I think about 4.5.
4.5?
Yeah. They'll have 10 minutes of practice, and then we'll go right then, and so hoping for
about 45 minutes a game, I guess. So yeah,
for about 1 o'clock to be able to finish up there.
They pretty much bowled on pace today, so it shouldn't be a problem. And then the women get started at 1:45 Central tomorrow for their second round.
Yep, and they should go till around 6 something.
And then we started an hour earlier on Sunday at 8 a.m. Central Time for the women start.
Start with the women on Sunday, like I said, so they can get out of here early, get their flights or what have you if they can and want to do that.
We're just watching 9 and 10 wrap up here. We're finishing up the 9th frame, getting ready to start the 10th.
Yeah, nothing blowing us away on 9 and 10 right now, that's for sure.
Yeah, nothing too exciting. Doesn't look like anybody's. I mean, you still got Rachel Giddings with a chance to get to 200, but she's the only one. Rachel only shot 137 the first game, so not a great start for her. Ashley Galante is up on the right lane right now.
She's a strikeout for 199, and that's not going to happen.
She's been clean this game, though.
Yeah, 1 strike. That's always brutal.
Looks like Carolyn left a single pin in the 10th. So she's going to be in the 250s this game, it looks like.
Looks like a 4 pin. I can't. It's either 4 or 7. Looks like a 4.
Yeah, I think you're right.
She probably got really nervous and squeezed it.
Well, let's see.
That's a joke.
Well, you were asking what she left in the sixth frame, and for some reason it's acting weird. It looks like it was a 3-pin.
Wow, yeah, that's
but
not what I would have expected.
It shows a 3-6 when you bounce over, so that's a little buggy, I think. But
yeah, sorry about that.
she left a 7-pin.
That looks like a 7-pin there.
Yeah.
I'll bring that up to Rod, see if we can get some tweaks on that.
Yeah, this lane talk that we're using is nice. I like the layout of it. It's still a little buggy. There's just a few things we noticed earlier today with the men's squad that it does, but I like the fact that it shows the pinfall or what pin was left.
Yeah, as long as it's
nice.
as long as it's
accurate.
right. Yeah. So we'll double check that.
But you never know.
New for us here. It's our first tournament using it.
Something weird could have happened where it fell late or something.
That's possible.
You never know.
Yeah.
You know, with this stuff. But.
All right. Well, they're finishing up here, moving into the 3rd game. I'll let you do your thing.
Let me carry it home.
Yeah.
All right,
and
Neil.
I will see you tomorrow.
Yeah, go get something to eat, and we'll see you tomorrow. And we've got one more game to go, so don't go anywhere, folks.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil. So Rachel Giddings finishes at 197. Ashley Galante, 183. Holly Harris, 165. Emily Eckhoff going to shoot 173 with a spare here in the 10th. And then we'll get started with game 3. You can see on the top right portion of your screen, this is the first shot in game 3. Shannon Plahowski, Kayla Johnson, Stephanie Nation, and Grace Hall are on those pairs. Stephanie Nation starts with a strike. Nation at plus 25, high on that pair of the 4 bowlers there. Stephanie is high at plus 25. We'll let you know the standings as soon as we get them. We've still got 1 pair finishing up, so they should get those standings done pretty quickly here. Starting bowling on the bottom right portion of your screen on 11 and 12. Ashley Rucker, Allie Ijams on that pair. Gabriella Mayfield also on that pair. And not sure who the 4th is. Let's see here. Michelle Carcagente is the 4th on that pair. And they should get started here in just a moment on our featured pair 9 and 10. They are waiting for the names to move over. Melanie DiCarlo, Kimmy Davidson, Randy Stevens, and Anna Gross are on the featured pair on 9 and 10. So underway with our final game of the night. As we wind things down here. Much longer day of bowling for you tomorrow and Sunday. Twice as long, twice as much bowling action for you here on Bowl TV. Starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow. (9 a.m. Central Time, that is. Looks like the standings are updated. Carolyn Doran Ballard in the lead after 2 games at 493. Ashley Rucker in second at 466. Shannon O'Keefe is at 453 in third place. Fourth place, Christina Fromm at 435, and Stephanie Nation in fifth at 425. So that's after 2 games. And you can find those standings at bowl.com or bowlingitrc.com. Stephanie Nation with the front 3 in the top right corner of your screen there. Just tuning in, we're live at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. Lucas Wiseman with you. Summer Team USA Trials. Be sure to follow USBC on Twitter at USBC, and you can follow me on Twitter at Lucas_Wiseman, at Lucas_Wiseman. USBC is on Facebook as well, facebook.com/USBC. If you want to see our upcoming live stream schedule for this event and for Junior Gold, go to bowl.com/livestream, bowl.com/livestream. Junior Gold live streaming is July 18th and 19th right here on Bowl TV. Final 2 days of Junior Gold will be broadcast for you. Of course, we've got all day tomorrow and Sunday as well here at the Summer Team Trials. So a lot of bowling coming up. We got a little bit of a break after Junior Gold. World Championships live streaming starts on August 19th, so about a month break between the Junior Gold live stream and the World Championships live stream. Men bowled their first 3 games of the tournament earlier today. Anthony Pepe leading the way with 742. Eric Vermilius second at 732. John Cervinsky third at 723. Chris Vai in fourth at 716. And Jeffrey Young fifth at 702. So that's your top 5 on the men's side after 3 games on the short today. The women are in game 3 currently. Carolyn Dorn-Ballard is leading at 493. Ashley Rucker in second at 466. Shannon O'Keefe is third at 453. Christina Fromm fourth, 435. And Stephanie Nation in fifth at 425. Shannon Plahowski off to a pretty good start this game in the top right corner of your screen. She steps on to lane 8. Double 9 spare double to start this game for her. Carolyn Dorn-Ballard, our leader, is on lane 13 if you're looking at the live scoring. Strike 9 spare double for CDB to kick things off here this game. Seven and 8 and 11 and 12 are in the 6th frame. of this final game, and 9 and 10. They are in the wrapping up the fourth right now and starting the fifth. Boondoggle asking if there's any lefties in the top 8, and yeah, there are. Ashley Rucker is a lefty. She's in second place. Christina Fromm's in fourth. She's a lefty. Shannon Plahowski, she's in eighth. She's a lefty. So we got some lefties up there pretty high in the standings after the first 2 games. Keeping an eye on Carolyn Doran Ballard because she's the leader after the first 2 games. She's gone strike, 9 spare, 9 spare, 3-bagger. And CDB, she came up light, left to 2-5 in the 7th. So still pretty good chance that she'll be up there near the top of the leaderboard after round 1 at this rate. Ashley Rucker was the closest at 27 pins back, but Ashley has a couple opens, or has 1 open this game, but no double. She's in the bottom right corner of your screen on the right lane, shooting a 10-pin here in just a moment. And then Shannon O'Keefe was next, 40 pins off the lead. And doesn't look like Shannon's doing a whole lot this game. She's got an open on the scoreboard. So this stage, it's looking pretty good for Carolyn Doran Ballard to be leading at the end of this first squad, assuming she maintains her pace these final few frames. Final game of the night, starting to wrap up here at the Summer Team Trials. Looks like the first pair to finish on our featured pairs is going to be 7 and 8. They are in the 9th frame currently. Stephanie Nation in the top right corner of your screen there. Competition resumes tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Central Time, 10 a.m. Eastern, here on Bold TV. The men for their next round, 6 games. Waiting to see what Carolyn Doran Ballard does on her next shot. She's off camera this game, but looking like Carolyn will be the leader after this first day on the women's side. Yeah, she just struck for a double going into the 10th. She can max at 247 this game. Shannon Pluhowski going to shoot 237 this game, it looks like. If she spares that 3-pin, that would put her at plus 37 for the day. Got Stephanie Nation, who can strike on the field for 225, that put her at plus 50. So Steph with 9 on the fill, plus 49 for her for the 3 games today. Be sure to join us tomorrow morning so we get started with round 2, bright and early, 9 a.m. Central Time, 10 a.m. Eastern. right here on Bowl TV. Ashley Rucker in the bottom right corner of your screen. She's going to be in the 180s this game. So she'll give a few sticks back. Carolyn just threw the first one in the 10th, so that should lock up a day one lead for her. Carolyn Doran Ballard going to finish at about 247 this game. If she strikes on the fill, that would put her at plus 140, 740 for the first 3 games of this tournament. Wrapping things up here, 10th frame in progress as we head to the finish line for the day. You'll be able to find the full standings on bowl.com or bowlingitrc.com once they throw their final shots. We'll also have a short recap for you on bowl.com as well this evening. We'll write something up for you once this women's squad ends. 236 for Melanie DiCarlo. Nice game for her. Puts her at minus 28 for the tournament. Kimmy Davidson, 155. Randy Stevens with 184. And Anna Gross, the last one to finish here. She can max at 179 this game. Again, back tomorrow for round 2. 9 a.m. Central Time, 10 a.m. Eastern, right here on Bowl TV. So be sure to tune in and join us for that. That's going to do it tonight. We will see you back here tomorrow morning. Make sure to check bowl.com and bowlingitrc.com for the final standings for today's competition. Looks like Carolyn Doran-Ballard is going to be the leader, though, at 740 on the women's side. Have a good night, everybody. I'll see you back here tomorrow morning.